Well, good morning. Happy Monday, the 9th of February, 2026. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live virtual trading journal. Making sure everything's starting up here. Looks like it is. So that's a good thing. Oop. Yeah, now we got to get everything plugged in the right spot here. I was busy doing stuff all weekend like normal. There we go. Okay, stream looks like it's streaming along. That's great. I was about a 6-second lag on YouTube this morning so far, so that okay. Well, yeah. So this is my virtual trading journal. Everything that I see and watch on my video is captured, and then my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking. Now, I'm not licensed or nor do I intend to provide trade or financial advice because that wouldn't be legal. However, I do trade live on my Bookmap AMP futures trading account. And I am completely transparent and accountable for that. So I use a couple of different systems here. This is Bookmap, and this is IRT. It's my charting system. So there's a disclaimer in the description. Read that. And then, I don't know really how to deal with it. It's my trading journal, so I need to be completely transparent and granular about my thinking as I'm anticipating and entering trades, etc. So I do trade live real time over here with a live funded account funded by my own money. So there you go. Okay, let's go on to the numbers such as they are today. And they are not much. Here are the numbers out today. Nothing earth-shaking. That's scheduled. Let's be sure and be aware of that. Now, this is investing.com. It is my go-to news source typically. They've just revamped it, and I'm not real crazy about that. But basically, here's the calendar. These are the events for today. You can filter this for any kind of time zone or reports that you're interested in. If you're in Kuala Lumpur and you want to listen to the Nikkei or only concerned about the Nikkei, there you go. It's free, and that's why there's ads floating all over here, and that's why I try to keep it that way so it's accessible to anybody that might come by the stream and be interested. Now, one interesting thing about investing.com, they only report normal, usual, traditional economic calendar events, which I appreciate. And for example, if you don't know what the New York Fed one-year consumer inflation expectations is, notice how there's a link appears when you hover over the title of the event, and you can click that and it'll take you to there. You'll learn all about it. Obviously, we have earnings. We're in the thick of the earnings season, and I'm not going to bother going through them all, but there they are. And this is just for today. That'll tell you what's going on. We have gotten the majority of the Mag 7 out of the way, I believe, except perhaps we haven't seen the video yet. Okay, the second news source that I use is Financial Juice, also free. Of course, you can pay for it if you'd like. It's a little different. They have a calendar feature over here, but they are different than investing.com in that as random events that there you go, right there. This was not on here half an hour ago. Trump TV interview at 1400. Okay. Now, that is not a traditional economic report or number. You'll never see that in investing.com. But everybody now is aware, and you should be, that any kind of events like this could have an impact on the auction. And so I'm really grateful that Financial Juice pulls these things in. This wasn't here 15 minutes ago. On the right side is more of a squawk box. Look at this. Trump seeks to narrow legal pathway for fired federal workers to return to jobs. Why did they fire them in the first place, Doge? Jesus. What a crazy mess. Really. Yeah. Every time I see stuff like that, I just think, Jesus Christ, what is going on? Anyway, so that's how this works. Those are my two news sources. Now let's get on to the pre-market, which is a lot more interesting than this crazy news stuff anymore. This is Investor RT. These are the micro ES. First, let me say that in all of my Investor RT charting, you can, in the header of each chart, you can see the chart name, which won't mean anything to anybody but me, the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session in every one. Pretty handy, huh? Alleviate any questions. So these are the micro ES, micro NQ, and this is the micro ES, micro composite, or my high time frame chart. And this is just the mini ES market profile. I don't switch it back and forth because it doesn't matter that much to, and I don't trade off it really for reference only. So the high time frame chart here is or my micro composite chart is a RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks, and wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. That generates a micro composite VPOC, volume point of control. And these red and green lines are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap. The other values, like the POC, I enter manually. The session prices here from on the ES, micro ES, also push automatically to bookmap. I also track the same exact layout for the minis. Same thing. And push those. So let's look at the, first of all, let's have a look at this. We're about 108% volume over 20 days at this time, 20-day look back at this time. And our ATR is way down at buck 1.75 points. Or 7 ticks. Okay. Bookmap. Now, this is my main execution tool at this point. The first thing I do at the beginning opening print of every session is put Blue Boy on here, which is nothing more. I'd like to say it was something tricky, but it's just it's a vertical line. What that serves is my visual cue that when I glance left, if I see that blue line, let me get disorganized if I can. There you go. I know that I have the entire session in view. And once we open on the RTH here, I will just throw that over there, throw one on for the RTH, and that's how they work. I mean, where did it go? There you go. There's the previous RTH, ETH, etc. There you are. There's a whole bunch of them. So what we have now is the columns are as follows. I try to have all the data I think is important to trade here on the hard right edge. There is a DOM, price ladder, order book, whatever you want to call it, right here. Every price and the resting liquidity at each price. These are not traded. These are resting liquidity or limit orders. Right down here, we've got 275, kind of sticks out like a sore thumb, right? 275 at 42s. 42. This is the micro composite column where I enter these values manually. And this was revisited. I need to get rid of that. I don't know why that didn't move where it was supposed to. Anyway, let's press on. I normally put my naked volume points of control and things on this chart. This is the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically from bookmap or to bookmap. Here's the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night. Oh, now at 1700. And it will continue through tonight at 1600. Okay. This is the RTH session volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. Fingers crossed. And this is a real important column for me. This is my statistics column. So the first thing I do is determine the statistical open type expected for the day. And that's really simple. There's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, where would that open compared to the previous RTH close, which is right there? Well, it's lower, isn't it? Okay. And how would that compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high and the low is down below us. So it's lower in range. So I changed the column title to lower in range. And why do I bother with that? Because when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can see the column title and it instantly tells me the relationship and with the overnight or the ETH to the RTH Open. I don't have to, figure this all out and look around and scroll back and forward and all those kind of things. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to clear the notes because we don't need any of the statistics from Friday. We're going to put in our own for today. And these are the session prices, which push automatically from IRT to bookmap. And I share these. I start pushing these from 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 on Friday. And I share the link free and open. Drop something in the chat, like, subscribe, and I'll hook you up. No problem. A lot of people use them. A lot of people. It comes as a Google link, and you can put it in Cloud Notes, your software of choice, or any of these indicators, etc. Notice that there's no indicator on my bookmap or my IRT. There's only because I approach trading as a statistical business, and I only use price data, probabilities, and volume profile. So POC for the full session, which is a more muted yellow here, and a POC for the RTH session, which is a brighter yellow. I don't know why it's doing that, but let's just press on. POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, the most contracts in the overnight have traded at 69.59, and that's 2,832 of them. The minute any of these levels is 2,833, that yellow line's going to move there, period. Real easy. There's a VWAP for the Globex and for the RTH, volume weighted average price. And there's a mid for the RTH. That's it, boys and girls, period. Also, I do have these session price levels. Now, there's a level here that I'm going to try to find for you. Right there's one of them. These seem to confuse a lot of people. The initial balance high and low. Because of the name, I guess, initial balance is from the old market profile world. All these two levels actually represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the current RTH trading session. So I'll show you how I'm going to mark this, because as we open, this is immediately going to jump up above the current open. Simple, eh? All right, let's look at how we do the statistics here. Back to the pre-market. Before we get into the statistics, as far as the pre-market goes, here's the RTH or the ETH session, and here was our RTH session. So we gapped up open last night, traded a bit higher, and now we've been pretty much 100% inventory short. And we're trading down at the bottom of it again. What do I imagine then? Just common sense. If you were short all night and were in profit, what would you do? I would take profit. NQ, same story. So I will be expecting some responsive buying on the open to take profit, and then based on the theory here and world news and all that kind of stuff, it's a high probability we're going to trade lower today. Or maybe they'll try to go to the all-time high. Who the hell knows? Trade what you see, not what you expect. I believe on the open, I'm anticipating on the open that we'll have some responsive buying. So that's that. Let's look at the statistics now, which come from this study in IRT. Excuse me. Wow, in IRT. And it's very, very simple. We determined that we're going to likely open lower in range. Okay? The computer will look back at the most recent 1,672 trading days. Of these days, this is our subset, we opened 490 of those days lower in range. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 82.7% of the time. Watch this. Overnight mid 82.7. Boop. That's all there is to it. Well, it helps if you get it on the right level, but you get the point. You get the point. Next is the overnight point of control for 80.6, and that is right here. And what's else we have here? Previous close, 74.3. I'm just going down the list. I'm just running down the list. IB high, great, 70.0. IB high. Remember, this is from Friday. And I always put those initials there on the initial balance high and low because, as I said earlier, oh man, eyes itch. As I said earlier, we're going to likely have, when we open, this will go up above price. And I'll wonder what was at this level. Previous POC, 62.2. Oh, come on, now let's get up there. Hate that. IB low, previous low, overnight high, 51.8. That happens to be right there. Overnight low is 65.9. Okay, well, that's going to be it for at the moment, because I now have to do something else I do every morning at about 8:20, and that is a thing called the TLab snap. And you can rightfully ask me, when the hell is that? And I can tell you, this is why I don't, this is why I stream, actually. because I don't multitask worth a damn. So stand by till I get this snap out the door, and then we're all set. And that's exactly why I don't do that. Why I don't, or why I guess I should say why I find the stream and this way of doing my journal so handy. Okay, the TLab snap, first of all, is this. Every morning at about 6 or before I do I snap and put the reports in the TLab, and every day at about 8:20 I put this snap in there for all the people that are in there. They may not have the same kind of charting that we do here. So the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, and it is started and maintained and led by a guy named Tom B., who is a professional trader with about 46 years experience. And I have no proof of that apart from his statement, from him. But I believe it. And what I mean by that, I don't mean it in a derogatory way at all, but I am honest and open. Tom doesn't trade live in the TLab, and he doesn't call trades in the TLab or anywhere else that I know of online. And I've never seen any kind of, documentation about his account or anything that he trades live. But I believe that he does. He supports himself. He lives a very nice lifestyle. You know what I mean? But I think I need to be open and transparent about that, because I don't have any verified proof of any of that. But I believe that it's the case. He has a very good, and I was fortunate to be a member in there and active for quite a long time until I started this stream, which is basically at a suggestion of Tom to focus on your trading and narrate your trading yourself. And if and he mentioned, well, we all know already, but he also mentioned OBS. So here we are. It's a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. It's free. You're never solicited for anything. And as I said, it's a bookmap Discord place. And there you go. It's called the Traders Lab, and it's the only place I sort of recommend or give a thumbs up to, or tip my hat. And I do that every day. That is just a way of giving back to Tom and thanking Tom and giving back to the people in there. And Rod and Harry and, Garrett and Lefty and all the people that have been, Didn't Matter, and everybody that's been, that I trade with now came out of there, I think. So I don't recommend any of the other bookmap sites or Discord rooms because I haven't been to them. So I can't say one way or another, but there you go. That's the TLab. Now let's get back to the business at hand. And I suppose you'll probably agree that it would be a good idea to, what the hell? Jesus. Be a good idea to be able to trade, huh? Man, I tell you, I'm having more trouble with hotkeys and my fingers here. I'd like to blame it on something, but the problem is it's me. What do you got to do? Got to be honest, right? So in order to trade with Bookmap, the first thing you need to do is activate the trade control panel. Click that padlock. You have to select a method that you will use to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with the mouse are the active data column here. If you choose dome, the only place are the dome columns, and both is, as you might imagine, both of them. Next thing I need to do, first and foremost, is activate multi-brackets. This is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied. The smallest risk-neutral package you can use is a 2-lot because you need to have an even number of contracts. 2-lot. Next, you need to input your tick stop loss for the entire package. I do it in ticks. You can do whatever. This should have definitely been understood and worked out by you long before now in this morning, before, 5 minutes before the market opens. The first thing you better consider is your account risk parameters, volatility of the instrument you're trading, etc., right? So once these two values are established, the first take profit target, or T1, is automatic because it's for half of the contracts. Remember, they were even. And then the same amount of ticks positively as the stop is negative. Once this T1 is achieved, the worst that you can do is scratch. Unless you move your stop away from entry, then you got bigger problems. And then there's a runner. And you can do these all different kind of ways you want to go, Any way, whatever. Let your conscience and most importantly, let your account and market conditions be your guide. Now, lately, I have been using the Execution Pro with an automatic trail to entry on achieving T1, and I'm going to hold off on that this morning. So now we're going to trade with both with the mouse. 2-lot, I don't need these these trade control panel tools anymore. I have all these metrics replicated up here, which you can turn off or on, by the way. So I can click the button again. It will stay green and unlocked. I'll get my real estate back. I'll get a cancel all, close all, and now we're good to go. And this needs to go up a little bit because overnight high did something over there. This is a goofy environment. Be real careful. This is a high risk environment. You need to understand that the primary objective of a trader is to maintain your account, preserve your account, and obviously then to grow it or, compound it. But it does you no good to have the fantastic strategy and all kinds of time and chart hours and all that stuff and blow up your account. What good does that do? None. We're going to open here in 2.5 minutes. Now, let me say that you can trade with hotkeys on your keyboard if you've enabled them, in addition to the mouse. I believe that trading with the mouse in the active data column is faster and more accurate. That's why I've switched to that from the keyboard. But if you're going to use your keyboard, you have to have the focus of the operating system of your computer on the bookmap application in order for it to work. That's normal with any kind of an application. I don't know what this is here, but that's long gone, I think. Let's look over here at our naked volume points of control. So we got one at 69.70. What do we got here? Okay, that is good. We've got one at 69.36. That's from Friday, whenever day that was. This is 9.876. I'm going to change this to, oh, I see what I did wrong. I didn't get rid of the deal there. There you go. Boop. All right. We're going to open here pretty quick. About a minute. Fingers crossed the damn thing resets on time so I don't have to be yelling and cussing. But once we open and everything is reset, I will be switching my IRT charting to, there we go. Oh, look at there. So it's 30 seconds ahead of schedule. I've got to change that to, I've got to increase that by 30 seconds. I won't do that today, but I'll do that between the sessions today. And Yeah, I'd much rather have that be the case than not. Before it's been not doing it at all. So there's actually the open per my computer. I have, don't know. So I'm going to now switch these off to the RTH session only. Oh, what is that? Come on. Save that one. Let's get back over to Bookmap. There we go. And now I'm going to get rid of this thing. Try to free up some space. Come on. Damn it. I'm not having any fun here. Okay. Okay, what's happening now? Let's see. We're open. We're switched. Now this is Monday, so Monday and Wednesday I'm out of here at 9 for about an hour for a school run. So there you go. Well, we opened right on the POC, or pretty close to it. Of course, I will leave the. Hey, Antonio, bom dia, tudo bem? Hey, congratulations on your elections. Looks like they're I forgot his name. Is going to be is leading. I don't know if he's your guy or not, but what a pleasure to have nice elections. People aren't calling each other filthy names and whatever else I get. Yeah, it's nice to know the rest of the world is civilized. The Prime Minister of England is likely to be kicked out over the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, and over here they're just swimming in the mud. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. Nice to know the rest of the world is remaining aloof and sophisticated and, proper compared, not following the example. Okay. Probably forgot something here. I don't know what, but let's just see. Yeah, the open, okay. All right, as I said before, I don't intend to, nor am I licensed to provide trade or financial advice, but I trade live when I have a vetted signal trade or, a vetted trade in following my methodology here on Bookmap. And I trade my own money live account with AMP Futures. And I trade it very, completely transparent and accountable. And I articulate exactly what I'm thinking as I anticipate a trade. So I don't know how to deal with that, but it's not for financial or trade advice. Read the disclaimer. And also there's a delay in YouTube. You see that I look at that every morning. Obviously, that could be a real, big deal if you were trying to follow somebody, which I'm not suggesting anybody would be trying to follow me. I'm probably the quintessential example of don't do what I do the opposite lately. It's been pretty painful, but we'll see where we go today. I think I'm okay here. Let's see. We've got, well, here's our open. There we are. MCVPOC. I was thinking about that little responsive buying. That kind of looks like that's what's going on. Taking some of that profit. I'm gonna have to do something I don't typically do at this point, and that is, this is my vetted trade for the initial balance trades. That is what I have done the statistics for and am trading. Now, because it's Monday, I need to get that system set up here, because I will be gone from about 9 until around 10. So the initial balance trade may well come and go. Now, these are the rules. You see, Bookmap doesn't like doing stuff there you go. These are the rules for the initial balance trades, which I have back tested and come up with statistics to validate, which I'll talk about after a bit. This chart is meaningless as far as it has in no way connected with the trading system itself. However, these lines and levels do accurately represent the levels and target stuff over here in the system. I built these custom indicators just for my visual confirmation, so I could see is this happening when and where I think it ought to. Now, you'll notice that there's no pullback or continuation zones in today. That's because it's not 9:30. When it is 9:30, then that will be the case. And so I am now going to send this system to this chart so that if it does take a trade, it will be plotted over here. And the first thing I'm going to do now is turn off these levels, because I don't want these lines all over everywhere. Okay, So if we take a trade today, if the system takes a trade today, it will be graphed or plotted over here for the record. And I don't know why that keeps doing that. That is so weird. I'm setting this all up. I typically would do this after 9 o'clock and then go through how I've done the back testing and all those things. But I've got to be a little ahead of the curve this morning. Okay, there you go. Kokomojo. This is something I stumbled across this weekend, which I'll go through later in the morning. Really handy tool for doing statistics on the, down and dirty on the fly kind of thing. Of course, built by Chad Payne. I just had never seen it before. There's more stuff in this Investor RT than you can shake a stick at. I'll tell you that right now. Okay, what's happening here? Well, we've taken out our POC stat. We've taken out the close. We've taken out the mid. We're poking our way up here. Ooh, what's this? Oh, this was the overnight POC, which is down here, and we've taken that out. I didn't keep up my little flags while I was busy talking here. I apologize. Too many things. So, you know what I didn't forget? The real important, all important Mr. Blue Boy here. Ooh, got to get the team. Got to get the team fired up. Well, that's close enough. Okay, now we've got Blue Boy on the job. And, gee whiz, what's this? Responsive buying, I guess, huh? What a surprise. Maybe not. VPOC migration higher, so somebody's rich, I suppose. Opening range trade, that's something I haven't looked at, but let's see how that would have worked out today. That's something else I've been goofing with. And here is the opening range trade. Wow, look at there. Would have been a pretty disappointing turn of events. This is the opening range, 1 minute. Now, given this tick, I don't want to put the system on here because I don't want two trading systems running at the same time for memory purposes. Okay, it's 69, bleep-de-doop schmerp. What's the low here? $24.5. Well, this could have been a real disappointing day because typically I have the opening range trades are real simple. You define the opening range, candlesticks, in this case 1 minute, and then if it breaks low, you go short. If it breaks high, you go long, and you typically don't have it be right on the level. And I typically use 2 ticks. Well, 2 ticks, if you want to believe that, is exactly 2 ticks. So that could have been a real disappointing turn of events. And of course, if it breaks the high, then you go long. Well, that's what you want to be doing. Here's the high. Last Friday was a marvelous trade. I didn't take it. I'm just watching these and back testing them because of something that I've noticed a lot. Which I think is pretty funny. But so, don't pay any attention to this. But I can tell you from my back testing that all the stuff you see about the opening range. Here's what happens with the opening. The reason I did this. So many YouTube people, influencer types, about every 3 months they come out with a opening range trade, 94% profitability. You don't ever have to trade anything again. The one setup you'll ever need, yada, yada, yada. About every 3 months they come out. Several of them I notice come out and do that. Why is that? Well, there's no change in the opening range trade that they talk about other than it's real easy to go back and easily pick, cherry pick chart patterns that worked. Like last Friday, I could do one. I could say that my opening range entry was 3 and this one's going to be a good one. The reason they do that is because that's how they get newbies to subscribe, thinking that they're giving them, real good advice to make sure, help them become successful. And that's probably part of some of the motivation, but most of it is subscriptions for their profit on the part of the YouTubers. Well, so I thought, is that really the truth? Because I kept seeing all of these people, I don't know, Peachy, what's her name, and Barbie, something else, and a bunch of other these YouTube people. So I thought it was pretty easy to do. There's the opening range. I've coded this up very simply. 1 minute, that's what they all say. I can adjust the the amount of ticks below or above for the stop and the entry, and then run the back test and see what the hell happens over 500 days. It's just a disaster. So now the only way that it's not a disaster, which I haven't done, for example, if you had a take profit, a 1 lot or a 2 lot take profit, you achieved it here. Doesn't even remotely compensate for all the losses. If you have good trade management skills and you can trail this up, maybe it could become profitable, but it would be a dismal journey because you would have so many consecutive losses in a row. And I don't know, I haven't yet worked out coding up an actual trailing stop that trails along behind price. That's my fault. So there you go. That's my spiel on the opening range trade. And now my spiel is going to be getting my butt ready to go to school. And let's see here. I haven't got any music fired up. I better do that. Antonio needs to be able to dance when I'm away, so I think let's check that out. Let's see here. Let's do something. I don't know what. Oh, I know. I know what. How about some Latin jazz? What do you think about that? That ought to be noisy. Hope that is enough of them. Okay. So remember, there's no reports to worry about. There's earnings till the cows come home. We've got a big danger zone here at 1400 with the unrealized risk or unrecognized, risk potential. And I'm not saying anything political about this. What I'm saying is that this is a potential risk, and if you haven't figured that out yet, you need to be more aware of the environment. Anytime, not just Trump here, but I'm using this as an example, anytime any of these folks get near a microphone or, say something that isn't expected by the market can be a big disruption to the auction, and that can be a big risk. So that's why I pointed out. I could care less who you voted for, and it's none of your business who I voted for. So there you go. Maybe I didn't even vote, how do you know? Maybe I'm a Russian spy, ventriloquist, who knows? So there we are. Here's our IB high, our IB low. Remember, it's just the high and low of the first 1 hour. We're trading up. Some of that responsive buying. We've taken up about 27 handles. That's not so bad. Remember, we gapped up. We traded down. Now we're getting close to the previous RTH high up here. Maybe they'll try to run it for a new all-time high. Who the hell knows? I know what I'm going to do, and that's run for making sure the gal's all set to go here. So I hope it's nice weather wherever you are. It's turned out nice here finally. Cold, I guess, went north and east. Got about 17 C here right now and mostly sunny. Which for all you effers is about 61 or 2, I think. Okay. Core updates. Current version. Okay, so we're all set up there. We're not going to do any trading over here. That's a pretty good thing. I can't think of any other mistakes I'm making here, but hopefully I'm not. I'll try to monitor this from the car on my phone. That's always fun. Maybe not. Remember that if you're trading initial balance trades, remember that the initial balance does not set until 9:30 Central Standard Time, the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And I very strongly recommend do not trade in anticipation of the statistic. Now, that's not even remotely a thing now, but I'm going to be away when that happens. So many people, this is the voice of experience speaking here. Assuming it's almost 9:30 or quarter after, I'm going, well, okay, prices tested above, we couldn't get anywhere. Prices below the VWAPs, it's below the mid, it's below the POC. I just know we're going to take the IB low out, and then it goes the other way completely. Trust me on that. Do not, if your trade plan involves a statistic, you are breaking your trade plan by anticipating that statistic, front running the statistic. Boom. There you go. Well, there's a bunch of fellas that are already trading here. Mean reversion stuff, which is a valid trade. But there's no meat on the bone here. There's no range requirement for me. I don't find a valid trade, this mean reversion trade here, because there's too many obstacles in the road. Just me. Okay, what did I miss? Is everybody rich? I see we have an IB. The initial balance stat was taken, but no trigger for my system. So I don't think I missed anything here. And I got to get that little sweet gal up to school, and gives me an opportunity to talk to my son on the way back, as I call him. He's up in Denver. Okay, let me see what's going on. I have a thing in my trade plan in my brain. I never walk into the office cold and grab the mouse. I want to review everything and be sure I'm up to speed. So let's see what we got going on here. Looks like we got a responsive buying continuing. We got the initial balance stat there, which is 1 minute after. So there we go. See what would have happened if you traded in anticipation of it right here. Boom, boom. There you go. So we took the stats and we have no trigger. I don't think. So let's see what's going on the this side of life. Okay. Ooh, look at him go. Oh yeah, baby. All-time highs. Here we go. Because everything is so wonderful over here. That's yeah. Okay. How'd the stats work out? Well, there. I'm not going to go through the IB stat story. That's already pretty much done. Uh-huh. And, ooh, clear off the map there. We did get an A and we did get a B and we don't have a trigger. So that's exactly right. Everybody's okay there. Now I have done some additional, what I did was I put in a context and a ATR filter. So this thing's not going to take any trades if the ATR is greater than what I specify. I'm not going to get into that whipsaw story, and I'm going to try to stay in line with context. A couple of filters. We'll see how they work out here so far. And also, I made another change where the let's say we have an A and we have a B, and then we don't get a trigger up here somewhere. Let's just imagine, and we have an A. Let's pretend that we come down and we take and get a B, and then we get a trigger and we have a short. Okay, there would still be an A and a B holding fire. Well, so that all that might happen is if price came down and got a trigger. What I've done is I've set them up to whenever we have a position and that position closes, it resets all the flags to 0. That way there's not any craziness that I'm not figuring out. We'll see how that works. And I've back tested it and stuff. We'll talk about that later. Well, yeah, it's just been a directional day. Rip Snorton, Uncle Norton. Up we go, up and away. Now look at this. Wouldn't that be the? This is how you do that. This is how you cherry pick those opening range trades for telling everybody that this is going to be the most fantastic thing they've ever tried. And here you go. Assuming that you did take this trade and manage your trade, you are very happy about it. It's 85 to 37, 60, 50 handles. That is great. There's no question about that. What I'll go through in a little while when we do at 1400, when I do the back test, is the back test of that trade and how poorly it does over time. So for me, it's not a viable option. Let's see now. Oh, I don't want to do that. There we go. Coming. Whoop, the boss is calling. Looks like we're clear until 1400. Let me skedaddle out there and see what the boss is wanting. Well, here we go with the VPOC migrations. That's gonna signaling the continuation there. Yeah. So, not a trade that I have vetted, but clearly one that needs to be. I clearly need to think about that. I got to get some other setups into the trade plan besides just the initial balance, because once it's over, it's over. Usually, I'm also going to put a reset where it would not. Where it would reset those values too, besides just the resetting on the closing of a position. For example, is it still valid to think about an IB statistic here once you've gone, X n points away? I don't know. I don't think so. Much as I hate this irrational exuberance, and I find it almost, yeah, never mind. I won't get into that. But anyway, you know, it's been a pretty easy market to read from the pre-market on, if you go back to that. And here we go. And we're building value higher, and they just are chugging along. So that's good. Getting this on mute, and I don't know what I'm doing. So let's check. Classical jazz. It sounds like a circus. They always had an organ. The Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey Circus. They always had an organ player. That's pretty funny. Don't ask me why that. It struck me like that. continue to get these VPOC migrations. They're just building the fractal after fractal, right? These little rotations here. Low volume node, high volume node, low volume node, high volume node. These low and high volume nodes come from my micro composites. I don't mark them here because it seems to me like they're pretty obvious. You know, maybe I should. I don't know. Just thinking out loud here. Remember, this is my stream, my virtual journal, my virtual trading journal, I should say. And the only way I can get what I'm thinking into the recording or the stream is this voiceover, or this narration. So that's it. That's it. Pretty slow market here. Blue Boy's still just floating along over here. We're 2.5 handles wide though. That's pretty good, pretty steep. I can't even get close. Can't get close and get the whole market in. That's that'll give you some indication of the volatility. I typically want to have this 1 point high and can't even get close. We're now at 2.5. So every one of these markers is 10 ticks. A little wide. Oh, that reminds me. What is the ATR's over? There's only 3? ATR's 2. Can that be right? Yeah, sure as hell. Okay. I just put this on here as I was playing with my building the ATR filter in on these. For example, there's longs. If the ATR is greater than or less than or has got to be less than or equal to what I set over here, which is set in main. Then, and TR, by the way, is a token for true range. And I think I have it set up right. The way you do it is, is true range. And the way you do it is, I'm going to set these into VPound variables so that I can manipulate them when I want to. And this is how I'll be able to change these values in main as I do everything else and not have to go hunting all over the rules for all of these. In other words, if I wanted to change that, rule, I'd have to change 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, 4 different places, or 5. Whereas in this, the way I do this is I set these up for like for example, there's the ATR limit. Okay, that's 430. I put 6. Now I can change this to 3, and it won't take any trade where the ATR is greater than 3. In this case, greater than 6. I don't have to go anywhere else. And then here's using the ATR. I also did a situation where I can use ATR stop and ATR profit targets. That's talk about that when we'll talk about back testing. And the March keeps higher. Boy, that VPOC migration is working out sweet. I'm not good at doing those, but obviously they're obvious. Boy, oh boy, I hope somebody got on them. Because this thing is just to the moon, Alice. Okay, so now what are we doing? Just up, up, and away, huh? Yep. Well, I guess it should not be overlooked that the all-time high is 70.31 quarter. That was put in over here, 28th of January. For whatever reason, they think that that's a valid thing to do. Okay, what I must be missing something here, forgetting something, or I don't know, something. Back in the game here pretty much. Nothing for me to do, obviously. My vetted trades are the statistics, the IB statistics, IB failure, IB continuation. Now, this was the IB, but no signal, no trigger. And I can prove it. There's the A, that's the IB signal. There's the B, where we draw into the continuation zone. But we didn't get this one could have had any one of these bars come back to the trigger zone. That was a very, very well signaled and valid IBC, IB continuation. And you see what happens. Now, A, I never chase. B, I don't give in to FOMO. And it's probably a good idea to point out that my monkey mind is just like everybody else's. Or as Tom, some people use the euphemism of Jekyll and Hyde and all that stuff. As far as I'm concerned, you are never going to get away from all of those deleterious feelings and emotions and stuff that, deleterious to our trading. Because they're part of our neural pathways. They're wired into us from, evolution. FOMO, desire to be right, chasing, risk aversion, all that stuff. And my approach to it is, of course I have those feelings, but I don't ever act on them. I try to be continually aware of my the here and now. What am I feeling? If FOMO is zooming through there, that I get that adrenaline or that whatever, I very definitely tell Monkey Boy to go out in the backyard and play, and I focus on my trading. I don't ever move my stop away from entry. I never FOMO. I don't ever chase. Just, I don't overtrade. Sometimes that's a little bit of I might take that one too far a little bit. I guess it's because I'm real conscious of not wanting to do that, like day before yesterday, which was Thursday. I didn't take a re-signaled trade that worked out quite well because I was conscious of being stopped out and feeling those emotions. So, do whatever, approach it any way you want, but there's a lot of lip service made and given to trader psychology, and a lot of, I'm sure, well-meaning people who make their living writing books about it. I think what you need to do is just you're an adult and you don't do those things, period. That's my approach. You have to also be aware that you're not becoming paralysis by analysis too, and obviously you don't ever have any risk if you never trade. Well, that's not very good either, is it? So that's why I focus on having structured trades, and if they present themselves, I take the trade, period. So that's how I know to deal, or that's how I deal with it. And don't I wish I had a structured trade for the VWAP migration, or VPOC migration? Boom, look at there. There's 12 handles, or 11, 12. That's both targets right there. Or if you want to get really, rear view mirror about it, you can look back over here and go, well, yeah, I called this out. It was going to be in the pre-market, I called it out that we were going to have a response. I would be looking for responsive buying, and there we go. Now, I did obviously point out that I expected responsive buying during the pre-market. You can go back about 15 minutes in and hear that, but I certainly didn't take that trade, and I would not try to imply that I did, or imply, which is a euphemism for lie. I will also not lie that was a fantastic breakfast of homemade, hot, out of the oven sourdough bread. And I'm standing here expecting the food coma to kick in just about any minute now. Well, I'll tell you, beautiful day. Market's just humming right along. Kind of disappointing I'm not filthy rich by now off of it, but you know, other than that, great. I guess it doesn't need to be said. The context of the market is not any question. It's up. Any short you were trying to put on up here, I don't think has a high probability of success. Makes a lot of sense to me to try to align yourself with the context and the what are the traders doing? Well, they're trading them up. So trying to pick tops, you know, contrarian or counter trend trading, I don't think that's sure people do it and make money. I just think you're better off in the long run the other way. And if you do the statistics, anybody can be profitable and have a random distribution of winning trades. Any system. That's not the point. The point is over a statistically significant data set. That's where it matters. Oh, we got 513 hanging out there at the, oh, they just dropped down again. No, 514 at the century figure. So I don't know, who knows what they're going to do. Up is what they're going to do. How high up? When will it come back? When will somebody start taking some profit? Pretty soon, you know, when price gets high enough, sellers step in. It's pretty normal behavior, I think. It's probably also worth pointing out that I don't, back to the don't chase, don't FOMO, those things. If I don't have a structured trade fire signaled, I don't trade. And I have no problem with that. Doesn't make for a very interesting stream, but that's my approach. This is the way I'm approaching trading, as a statistical business, not as a video game or gambling. So there you go. And I have no way to get on a system like this. I don't even have any setups in work that I'm currently vetting for a situation like this. I've never been particularly great at the trend trade idea after the, for example, the IB continuation. Okay. Not been able to come up with a good set of criteria. Who can miss where the yellow brick road goes, you'd have to be pretty oblivious to not see this yellow line moving. That's not the point. That's the first rule. That's like the IB. That's like the initial balance stat. Who can miss that? Nobody. But the qualifying rules which validate an entry, that's the hard part for me on this particular trade. And I started out thinking, oh, that's going to be an easy one to figure out. Not. And then you look at a day like today, and had you just thrown them on every time it moved, it would have worked out fine. But that's not typical, at least in my in my perception. It's not typical, and I haven't figured the way to code it up properly, so that the only way that I approach this, let me just say that, these are the rules that I have developed for the initial balance trades. I need to do the same thing for the VPOC migration and any other setups that I am going to trade, because you can look at anything and with discretion, or, that's pretty close or whatever else, I can anyway, and think that you've got a statistic. But when you code it specifically over here in these rules, and you set up a back test for however many days, and you run the back test, the computer very faithfully will execute evaluate every rule over every 1 minute bar, or whatever periodicity you have it set at, with zero discretion. If the rule says close inside the zone, then it's going to close inside the zone. If it's only the high and the close is below, that is not a signal. Or just as an example. So that's the only way that I know to get real statistics that I can lean on for my business. And for absolute sure, I don't make them up on the fly. I don't make them up as we go, and I don't trade discretionarily, or however the hell you say that, if that's even a word. I don't do that. Now, certainly did before. Didn't work out well all the time. And I'm trying to stick to my guns here with a methodology that I believe is the correct approach. They're going to pull it back in a little bit, are they now? Okay, here's something that I talk about frequently. You can see it on a lot of different, in a lot of views. Just ask yourself the question, does this look normal? Does that look like the auction is complete? Excuse me. Or does that look like unfinished business? We have a taper. We got nothing. We got a flathead up here. Look at here. Taper. Flathead. The auction is not finished, nor on the NQ. I mean, pick a way you want to look at it. The only way that you can't see that particularly, which is why I don't really use them, is candlesticks. Now, in my opinion, am I making a prediction? No, but I am anticipating very definitely that before this day is out, we're going to trade back up through here, at least to bring some kind of a close to the auction. Just throwing it out there. Now it's in the stream. You can see it's there for all. It's there in the record. So now we'll see what had happened. And I'm not making a prediction. I'm just the voice of experience and having watched these markets a lot. Sometimes we'll close out below here, but within a day or so, we'll come back and get it. And I would not be at all surprised if that doesn't happen today. So there you go.